Good morning. It is July 18th. Good morning. Okay. Get the camera over here. Or get my video. There we go. Okay, hopefully better audio today. Going to be using my webcam audio versus my microphone. Drinking a coffee this morning. Got my TCS going. Oh, not yet. There we go. It's not even close. It's 3.5 points, so we got to wait for the average true range to kick up a little bit. This is the projected target based on, here we go. So based on a minimum target of 4.9. So this has to be greater than 4.9 in order for it to take a trade. I use a stop loss of 1.25, the average true range. Target 1 is at 0.7 and target 2 is at 1.4. My current stop loss is 0 and I am using it. My goal is to shoot for 50-point win or loss, and start time is 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern time. Obviously I'm running late today, but luckily no trades have been taken. 7 a.m. My local time here is 4 a.m. 3:58. And contracts, target 1, target 2 is 1. I'm doing some little programming, little ways on, so this is set up as an indicator. So here's all my indicators, and TCS is right there. I'm up to version 3 right now, and let me put this down here so I can see it. There we go. So using target 1, one contract for target 1, one contract for target 2. And yeah, that's about it. Okay, I'll be in and out this morning. Basically, I'll wait. There'll be like a doorbell signal, and that's when a trade will happen. This morning we have building permits at 8:30. Housing starts at 8:30, and then at 10 o'clock, University of Mexico consumer sentiment, as well as inflation expectations. So I do have, along with this indicator, economic events come with it. So anyway, I'll go ahead and turn this on because you never know when this thing will flip over. I am using Replicano to copy trade accounts, and that's about it. I think that's it. I should probably just put this down here. Yeah, I'll do that on Monday. I'll bring this down so I'm not looking up. Over here on the left hand side is year or from June 15th and the move up. I did it for like 30 days ideally, but I'm just going to keep track. It's not that there was anything bad with the first 15 days of June. There was 15K made in June, and we're on track to do 15K in July. I'm hoping we get there. Let's see. I think that's it. Oh. I'm just going to document the system. All right, there we go. All right. Set this guy up over here. And all right, I was going to put one more indicator up right here. What's that called? Let's see. There we go. ECN panel. All right. Get rid of this. So I've got it duplicated here so I can watch headline news. There's your building permits, housing starts. Is that NGS? Oh, that's good. 4 a.m. That's good coffee. I think it's all good coffee at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Okay, so hopefully the audio is better today and a little louder. And I will be back a little bit. If I can get this guy up to about 5 or greater, we can definitely take a trade then. Okay, I think that's it. I'll be back. If you rewatch, if you're just joining and you rewatch the first so many minutes, I explain pretty much everything. Basically, I'm just going to wait for a little doorbell signal, and that will indicate the trade is on. This number, projected target 1, has to be greater than 5 before I can take a trade. So there you go. Not much is going to happen until that number gets up there. Oh. So not much is going to happen until that number gets up there. Projected target 1, 3.75 has got to be greater than 5, 4.9. I also ran through the parameters on the indicator. Actually the strategy, whatever you want. It's set up for 1 and 1 today, and I'll modify, I'm going to use Replicano for what do you call it, duplicating the trades, trade copier. And anyway, I could make this 2 contracts for number 1, or make this 2, whatever, doesn't matter. Okie dokie. And the 50 points is based on the 2 contracts. That's it right now. I'm going to eventually, if you put this to 2, it'll base it on these, on this number. Right now it's just based on 1 and 1. So it is what it is. I'll change it maybe this weekend. So if you want to check in, say hey, that way I know you're here. I'll pipe in, but otherwise I'll hang out and wait for the indicator to pop off. All right, just waiting for this number to move up, the average true range. Currently watching the open, so that's what I'm doing. Might as well do something. I mean, it's just kind of a little slow. I don't want to get caught up in this chop. I mean, really, you could play, you know, here into little micro, little 2 to 4, 10 pointers, 8 pointers. You can get those. You just got to be quick and nimble. I like a little momentum. So I'm in no hurry. But here's the London low, the London high. Let's see, does this show yesterday's numbers? Yeah. So here's was yesterday, right? So yesterday I extended this line here out. Control copy. Put this up here. And what did we do at the open? Before the open, we took out the high, but usually they like to do that in the cash session. So when we came down here, I called out that we probably will go back up. So I was looking for a reversal in here. We got it. We came back up here and took out the highs. So it's kind of a standard play. I'm not sure what those are. But anyway, yesterday went 3 for 3 and 0. 3 for 3. And that's kind of typical, you know, 7 points. But this is the type of momentum I'm looking for. First, you got to get the true range to get up a little bit higher. Or you're taking 6 and 12 points. And then after market opens, you get a little bump up. And this is where you can get a nice little, you know, that's 51 points. Really, that's really the only trade you really need for the day. So, but your stop loss at 30 gets a little nervous. That's a big stop loss. You see yesterday we hardly, I mean, once we entered the trade, I don't think we ever really, you know, we didn't ever go against it. The move against it was very minimal. Like this one here, 94 to about 90, so like 4 points on this one. This one had nothing, and this entry here, I don't know, it didn't look like it had much. So strong moves. 1 minute weighted moving average. See if it holds up as resistance. Oh, my neck gets cramped. Next week I'll switch this around so it's right in front of me. Right now I got it up a little bit higher. So anyway, that's what I got. So I'll be back. I'm going to continue to watch the open. Brian Harmon's in contention. Scheffler's in contention. Go get some more coffee, I think. And then wait for a little bit more time. So what time? We're at 7:40. 8:30 is news. I mean, the news isn't that big, right? Why did this look like it was more? Building permits, housing starts, okay. Alright, I'll be back in a little while.
Welcome to a moment of calmness from One a Day. Wait, don't zone out yet. One a Day multivitamins help prevent
see if this W plays out. Something like this. Got to get above this first. In order to get up to here. Low-mo today. Oh, how's that? I put on some noise suppression. My camera is close to the CPU, so it picks up some of the humming noise. So, not bad. Reduced it right down. My CPU. 27%. Not bad. Okay. All right, still looking to break out above here. Got to get above that in order to get up here. Turn on that background. Oh. Just a little background noise. All right, got a few more minutes. I'll be back around 8:25. That'll be close to building permits and housing starts. Guess I was talking, but nobody was listening. Saying that Fed Waller came out and said, if the president asked me to do the Fed chair job, I'd say yes. And I said, wow, that's rebellion. That's something. For a guy who's sitting there, oh, Powell's got not to feel good about that. I'm going to try to get all my screens on to my 4 complex. That's what I need to do. Instead of having to look to the left. Well, we're waiting for building permits, housing starts. I don't know if that's going to be a big mover or not. Right now I got the open on. Get up the squawk box. Oh, you can't even hear that. That's pretty nice. Oh, you can hear that. Let me know if you can hear that TV in the background. Nobody wants to hear that. Oh, thank you. No TV background noise? I put on some, oh, beautiful, thank you. I put on some noise suppression. So that seems to be working pretty nicely. Yeah, beautiful. That means I can leave the open on, listen to the commentary without having to turn my head all the time. All right, I'll leave Squawk Box on until after building permits, housing starts, which shouldn't be nothing. I think my goal today will be a one and done. One and done. The goal will be maybe just to be green on Friday. I think this week, I don't remember what this week is. Let's go to my blog and I can look at the last post. So this week, been 4 up days. Wednesday being the smallest. So up 200 points. Be nice to get like 40 points and then call it a day. That way we get around 250, 255 and be happy with that. That way I go into next week feeling pretty strong. So far up 400 points this month. So we just need a decent day today to keep it strong. 450. How many more days in the month left? 450. And that means we're averaging about 125, 150 points a week. So 450, that'll get us 450, 550, 600. Yeah, about 700. We'll be close. Sorry about that. Slurping my coffee. All right, housing starts. Here we go. I don't think it's going to be much of a mover. Doesn't look like it. There we go. Could do something like this too. All right, time to go back to the open. Brian Harmon's in the lead, -7. $372. This little 1 minute gap fill here. almost like we're in a complete box here. Something like, oh, kind of like what I've drawn out already. Looking at the 1 minute. Don't diddle in the middle. We're right in the middle right now. So ugly. All right, ES is 63.46. We are above CPR, below the bear zone, so you got to be a little bullish. Unless we drop down through the pivot, which should be 63.25. So that's ES. Little micro chart. It's currently running in a wave 3, looking to come down to 63.38, 63.27. Would be a good place for it to come down to, bounce up, and then target somewhere 63.60 or so. And Q daily pivot 23.187. Again, we are in between. It's kind of like no man's land. I'm bullish. You know, I got my tendency is to be bullish, but we're below the bear zone of 23,337 and top control at 23,226. The middle being around 23,281. So I mean, here, look at the last 15-minute charts. Here, let me get rid of these. I mean, this is yesterday's session high. We're below that. But look at, we've just been consolidating here. We're right at the London low. What time is it? $8:45. So I think ideally now what I'd like to see is a move down here and then a move back up. That would be the ideal scenario. Come down, hit this guy at 23,226, and then bounce up and take out the bear zone. That's target 3 right here from yesterday's 15-minute opening range. Target 2, target 3. You can see we stopped at target 2. I played this yesterday. Once we got above this, I was using this as my stop. So anyway, you can see we're kind of right in the middle. So it's tough. Here's the midnight open right here at 276. Right here. That's where we opened. So, hence why we're kind of just sloppy and choppy here. Coming up on VWAP. Oh no, ES is coming up on VWAP. We're still a little ways away. VWAP is 23,273. So you got to be leaning to, well, I don't know, I'm leaning towards being bullish. But I would like to see a move down and then a move up. I just don't know if we're going to get it. ES is putting in a bull flag and look like it's getting ready to pop to the upside. I don't know who you are. Bogart? Yeah, same thing on NQ here. You know, you break up through that and bazinga, that could be the 6 a.m. pop. Get above VWAP there. What do we do? Hit the top of that guy, reject it. Target one's still too low. It's got to be above 5. We're getting close. Online. How about a label tool? So this would be an ideal scenario for me. Is a move down here and then a pop up. And let's put horizontal, oops. Let's do a labeled horizontal. Go 50%. Color to be red. And this will be bear zone. There you go. All right, there we go. And then I move up to here. That would be ideal. Yep, that would be correct. Still at 4 point. Here's my parameters. .9. I pretty much didn't change them. They're pretty much set. Okay. On MNQ. Yep. Yep. So MNQ is going to take different trades. They're just because it's just different numbers. So it took a short down here probably, then got stopped, or maybe even here. Yeah, we're only at 4.25, the projected target. So still a little low. We're only at 5.99. I think we need to be around 7, 6.5 to 7 on the ATR. I have to look at the code to see if it's at 7 or 14. Here, I can look at that real quick. TCS. Probably be better if I just look for ATR. Oh no, we're 14. Most of the stuff I don't have initiated on this chart. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So we're still only, we need to be at 6.5, I think, on the 14th. Do I have another one? No, everything's based on that 14th. Yeah. Okay, so bigger picture, 15-minute. For me, a perfect scenario would be to come down here, top control, bounce up to the bear zone. You know, we had this move up yesterday. We're just kind of consolidating, flagging here, maybe even. You know, somebody could definitely justify something like this. I like it a little tighter. So it looks like we're getting ready to bust out now. That could be that 6 a.m. pop or 9 a.m. pop. All right. Midnight open here at 276. Let me see if I can put that on the whole charts. There you go. ES is busting out on its little wedge, so it's made its move up. We still have 273, so a little bit above here is VWAP, so we got to get above VWAP. That'll be the next little milestone. ES is pushing above its VWAP, roughly at 63.4750. So it looks like we're, we didn't quite get up there. We only got up to 72 or so, but pretty close to VWAP. I mean, a successful bump up here, push up, and we could get up to 309. 40 points would be my target. Ultimately up to 337. There we go, trying to push above VWAP now. Breaking out above this consolidation as well as this wedge. See if you get a failed breakout or not. They like to fake you. All right, the average true range starting to move up a little bit. It's a good sign. Looks like we're going to get that move up. 6 a.m. pop never fails. Well, it does fail sometimes, but not too often. You can almost play that every day of the week. I mean, here's 10 points right here from that 9 a.m. mark, right? So basically right here. $10 points. And for as long as we consolidated, we should get more than that if it continues up.
Are you looking for a one-stop grocery shopping experience with
Nope,
bargains you
I'm
won't
not.
believe? Then stop by your neighborhood grocery.
Move. It was kind of a no-brainer, you know, take that trade right at 72. Okay, we're at yesterday's high right here at 279. ES did break out of its little flag and is now moving up. Its first target will be 57.75. Let's just call it 58. What I saw on ES, which then alerted me to NQ, right? See this wedge down, it's moved down, then we popped up. That's when I started calling it for ES or NQ to go up, right? Because they usually go in tandem. Not always, but you're going to break this wedge, break up through VWAP, you're probably going to do the same on NQ. So its first target will be 63.58 up here, and then 63.65 for upper targets. I would have liked to have come down to around here or even here, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Don't always get what you want. This has been one of the longer no trade days in a while, I think. Usually you get one around 5 or so, but not today. Probably gonna wait for open. Gonna have to wait for a move down now. See. So I'm watching, I'm also watching the 1 minute chart, and I like to play the 5, 9, 14. I think that's the 14, hopefully. Yep. And looking for a move down to the 14, and then see if we can get an entry in. So right now that'll be around 77. But we're getting close to open, so I'll probably just hold off, wait for the open. You can see just it's really slow this morning. So it'll move up 14 right in here, move down. Unfortunately, we bounced. Yeah, there's not been a whole lot of action this morning. This would have been a good one here. Are you going to move back above and then drop down? You can see just choppy, sloppy. right, there's that move down. Come on down. 77. See if we can get down there. Right now we just went to the 9, a little below it. If I was scalping this, I'd probably take above 81. 15-minute still has a minute 40, so I would still expect a little bit of a push up from here. Get down to the last minute. So we're minute 25 on the 15 left. Come on down to 77. Are you going to miss it? "52 seconds. Come on." Got some 1-minute gap fills right here. And other than that, not much. Maybe we get a move back down to VWAP. New 15-minute candle. That midnight opens down at 270. I think it's 275.75. Just touched it just now. So here, let me put this on the chart. Horizontal. Okay, so there's the midnight open. So one of the things I always look at before open is where did we spend most of our time? Okay, so since right here, since the open, wow, it's almost like a 50-50 mix. So 150 to 100 roughly. I mean, that's not precise, but it's close enough. So 150 to the upside. Coming back, retesting this downward trend line. But anyway, so what I look for to see how much time do we spend above the midnight open. So basically it tells me I should be a little bullish. You know, can we get a retracement back down here? Absolutely. or even down to the pivot, which is today's pivot, 23,187. That's close enough. So basically I'm looking for that. There we go. It's a little bit of movement now. Drop back down. So this is bearish, right? You could have taken a short here if I wouldn't have been playing around. Drop back down, failed breakout, back down to the wedge, back down into this consolidation. So either we continue to consolidate in here, or we drop this, and then that would be even a little more bearish for the short term. Maybe just for open. Maybe just to come down and hit this top control. Maybe to come down and hit the pivot. So we'll see. Like to see him move back up now, up into here. 68, be great. I don't think we'll get there, but maybe 67. Come back up and test the 1 minute weighted. All right, so let me get rid of some of this noise. I don't like a lot of stuff on the chart to be cluttered, so I will leave these guys there. Maybe do something like that and get rid of some of that other noise. We're getting really close to potentially opening up the system to start trading. Obviously, it's probably going to wait for the open. Fill that gap. All right, so there's a move back up to 67 I was looking for. Maybe 68, 69. There you go. So it'd be nice to see if we can stay below VWAP on open. Threats to Fed's independence will steepen the yield curve, which would coincide with US dollar depreciation. All right, so average true range getting up there, almost to 7. TCS takes somewhere between generally 3 to, I'd say 3 to 6, 7 trades a day. I could increase that by decreasing the point at which it activates. Instead of 4.95, you know, I could put that down to 2 or 1, and it would take a lot smaller trades, but I don't want a lot of smaller trades. I want okay trades, you know, somewhere in the 5, 6, 7 for target 1, you know, 10, 12 for target 2. You know, little 17-point winners. I have another little, well, it's a strategy that runs 5 and 10 pointers. That's it. Only in the direction of the trend. And it'll just sit there and take them one after another until it gets its target. And the goal there is $500. It works really well on trend days. Okay, we're back above the 1 minute weighted. And we got about 7 minutes to open. Back up to the 14 EMA.
The media have been speculating about bruising the presidency and swelling in the president's legs. In an effort of transparency, the president wanted me to share a note on his position today. In recent weeks, President Trump noted swelling in keeping with routine care and its concerns.
Wow. That was a push up. You know it's a slow day when you're looking at a 10-point move up and you're saying, oh, that was a big candle. Son of a gun. That's how sloppy and choppy today's been. All right, so we're up at 5 1/4 now. So if the system, if the 15 parameters that says okay to trade take place, it's not 15, but it's probably 9 or 10. So you don't take a trade. At least we're in the ball game now. Let's see. That's a nasty looking 15-minute candle. That took some people out, I'm sure. That might have just been a stop run. Okay, VWAP is sideways. Never like to see that. For the most part, it's got a downward, a little bit of a downward projection, but not much. All right, again, I don't know what this stuff is. Are we open? No. I mean, I'll take it. I just took a little long here, 2 contracts. It'll pop up like that. I don't know if that's stop runs or what the heck, some kind of news. I don't see anything. Well, we're definitely in the ball game now, so now it's just a matter of other parameters to align. We took out all 3 of these guys. The next one will be the London high, and actually it'll also be this guy now. Yeah, it's just criminal. That's what that is. So we got a poor man's high up here at 23,321. I'm assuming we'll take that out today. Okay, we're getting ready to open 6 seconds. Good luck. There's the open. Drop back below VWAP here. A little bearish at 277, at least for short term. See if we can drop down below the 1 minute weighted, which is right around 269. Still would like that move coming down to the 226 area. So the question is, do we take out the high now? I had the sessions on here. Get rid of some of this stuff here. $630, 32. So here's the low. High's way up here. Wow. All right, just kind of waiting. I'll let this first 5 minutes or so play out. I'm actually going to switch my chart over to a 5-minute chart. Okay, we're at 23.3. I'll take a long if we get back above that. Probably 02. Fortunately, my short has to be way down here at 268. Let's see. Come on, let's take out that high. Come on, baby. I took that 02 long. I'll be out at, if we get below 300, probably around 299, 297 is where my stop is. Small stop. All right, I'm out of that. Okay. Fibonacci's, but on the 5-minute. So I'm playing the 5-minute fib, which would indicate a down move. Preferably down to around 252. I don't know, there's nothing really I like about this open so far. Oops. Took a short down, average price around 81, and kind of looking for 52. I'll take one off at 80 or at 62. If we get there. And I'll be out at 82. Okay, we got to drop around 268. Need to drop through this guy. Oops. There we go. So here's my trade going on right now. Come on. Oh, there you go. Didn't quite get down to 252. 20 seconds left. Kind of got a double bottom on the last two 15-minute candles. Okay. Here's a trade. Took the short. See if we can come on down to target 1, which would be perfect. It's a 27 point, so 54 point stop. I'm not really interested in that big of a loss today. It is Friday. So I'll take it on that one. But I don't really want it on target 2. But I am trying to let it play out. It is what it is. So we're going to need a little push down here. Come on, baby. Let me get rid of this line here. This line here. Maybe that was in the way. And maybe this line here too. There we go. Come on. The longer we hold here, the no bueno it is. Let's do this so I could see. There we go. All right, we need to come down and tag the low. That would be right here, session low. If we do that, we can get rid of target 1. But it's being pretty stubborn right here. Let's see, so 72 and 82. Just for trade management, I'll bring this guy down. I really don't want to take a 54-point stop, so. And I don't like the price action right down here unless we get a little push here. Come on, baby, let's go. Yeah, sucker fish. So VWAP is pretty flat on the 1 minute. The 1 minute weighted is flat. It's just not a good sign. Not a good play. I'm still looking for 52, 53 down here. Might be a long from there. If we can get down there. Okay, come on. We need to drop 65. 65.50, 65.75 area. If we can drop that, there's some potential. And then we really need to drop the low for the 15 minute. But it's a brand new 15-minute candle. It's only 13 minutes in, so they could play some games here. All right, not looking good. Looks like I'm going to get taken out there. Yep. But I would add one if we come back down. And I'll move it back down to target 2 down there for 30 points. Right at 42. 275. There we go. It's the way it is. It's going to take some losing trades. Okay, so we did take out the London low at 60, 61. So right in here, we did take out the London low. So now we should go back up to the London high. So I'm going to get taken out. I'll let it take it out. And then London high is at 309, 310. No, what is that? 309.25 roughly. So right around the opening range high. Yeah, I'm going to get taken out, I think. That's a bummer. $279.25. So we filled the 5-minute gap there. That would be a long there at 80. You take your 10 points there. Tell you what I'm going to do is I will move this 5-minute up here or down here. Holy smokies. Huh. Okay. All right, so wow. Must have been some kind of, oh, Atlanta Fed. We had a little bit of news. Something came out. But came down and hit target 1. What do you know? That's the way it goes. See, that's why I shouldn't be interfering in the trade, right? Stick to the trade. Let the trade play out. It takes 15 points. It's probably going to come down and hit target 2, but it's already stopped out. So if you look real close, there's a red dot right here. And that red dot means that we've closed the trade out. So the trade is closed at break even. I had another target right here, or another entry for 10 points, and it took that one. Took the 10 and the 15. So it is what it is. All right. Well, we're 1-0. Well, not really, but I didn't quite get all my money back. But that's why I like to play and add another contract, even though we're up here. In case something like that happens, it's nice to have another contract to be entered. So I'm back to 2. And I thought I would have time to move it out of the way, honestly. But obviously I did not. And I could add one here, you know, with a small stop. So 72, 3 point. I think I'll do, oop, I didn't want to add 2. So I'm going to take 1 off. All right. So I'm going to add 1. I'm going to put this guy here. And I'm going to put this guy right here and see if we can get see if I can get a continuation down. So what am I looking at here? 66. So what's that? 4-7 point stop. A little bit bigger than I wanted. It was a crappy fill. Took out the lows. If we can get down here, I'll move my stop to break even, so at least I don't lose anything. I just need a little bit more. There we go. There we go. All right. So I'll move my stop there. And again, I'm just looking for anything in here. Anything I can get to add to the current total. You know, there was $100. I probably could have taken it. It would be nice to get back down here. There we go. Okay, so where am I at? 66. Come on. Just looking for a little bit of breathing room here. 66. I want at least 61, right? At least 5 points. At least $100. Come on, baby. Get on down there. Okay, so we're looking for 52. That would be the spot I would look for, potential bounce area. If we can get down to 52 here, so I'm going to bring my stop now down to the opening range low. Won't give me 200, but there we go. All right, so I'm going to lock that in just because we hit the 38.2. So I'm going to look for either a bounce here or continuation. If we continue, great. Then it should come down and hit my target too. And if we bounce up, okay, then I'll take my 9 points or something. Come on, let's go. Nope, that's it. All right. So now I'd look for a little bounce here potentially. Oh, not yet. Maybe it's not done yet. If we get below 247, you know, then I got to go back to my 227. But right now, let's see if we get a bounce here. Let me see what the 15 looks like. All right, we're getting ready for a new 15-minute candle. Is that right? No, that's the 1 minute candle. Sorry. We got a minute 20. So let's see how this 15-minute candle here pans out. Right now we're back above the London low, 61 roughly. If we drop back above 268, I got to really think about a long there. Well, in fact, I would probably take the long if we get above that. That's the current 5-minute candle top. So we hit the 38.2, which is where I wanted it at 252. And by the way, the low was 250.50. I was looking for 250.50. So exactly where I wanted to hit it. Now, if it drops lower than that, then an out would be at 47. So really, it's only a 5-point stop if I was to take a short, if I took it at 52.50. So this, oh, look at that shit. All right, I got taken out. I had that long there. Wow. That was crazy. I was just going to kind of show you guys what I was looking at. And you can see we came down and hit this 38.2 right here on the money. So can't play that. I don't care how good you are. Look at that. That's just crazy. Oh, that's the University of Michigan inflation numbers. There you go. Okay, if we come back down here, I'd probably take a long right about there. See if it'll hold. Since we already hit this, I might be over. That would have been my target right here, 68. 61.8. All right, I'm going to put this stop right here. Looking for that long. I would still take that long back. I'll try it one more time. But I got to watch out for that might be over because we came up to the 61.8 there. And that's what I don't know. Obviously, if we drop back below, actually right here. All right, I'm gonna tighten my stop up. I don't like being below the 5-minute zero line. All right, just kind of garbage. So I'm going to sit on my hands for a while now. Forgot all about the University of Michigan sentiment. Wow. That's just an ugly candle. Back below the zero line. Getting ready to make new lows. There you go. Looking for 227. And why'd you take that trade? All right, looking for that 227. All right, I got about let me go back to a 1 minute chart. Back up to opening range low. We can get a move down to 227 area. Would have been nice to get up there around 55. That would have been a better entry. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah. You just gotta look for that red dot. Sometimes it's a little hard to see. You know, if you open this up, see what this says. Target 1 to break even, target 1, target 2. Send me a screenshot on in Slack. Back up to the 14. Come on, baby, give me 200. Let's take out the low. Gosh darn it. Come on. Get a little push down. Come on, let's go. 239. How about we get to, let's get down to 235. Dang it. That could be the bounce right there. I put my fibs on to the high. We took out the 78.6, so we could bounce here to do something like this. Got a couple of plays here, something like that. Could also do something like that. If you want to be real aggressive, that would be the aggressive long right there. But I won't take much. Yeah, you got a little red dot right above the white one, Mike. The trade's over. Sometimes it's so fast you can't see it. I got it on a 1 tick. Let me find out where you're at. Yeah, I got it on a 1 tick. So sometimes, even though your chart may not show that, your candle, it may have hit it. It just never really showed it. But if the number hit, then it would, that's why I gave you the red dot, was because that number was exceeded. I mean, it's just like mine right here, right? There we go. Hold on a minute. Let me take some profit here. There we go. Beautiful. I knew that short was coming. All right. So give a little arrow line. Right there. What time was that? 6:54. And that dot was at 273. So arrow line 273. Yeah, even though it says, you know, right there at 272.75. I hear what you're saying. Because 54 or 55. So here, let me show you. I hear what you're saying. Because here's my area on the 1 minute chart. Right? And it never got there. 72.75 roughly. But I don't know what that actual, that entry was 72.50. 72.75 it looks like. Oh, here, let's look at this. So entry was 23.273. Yeah, I don't know. I hear what you're saying. All right, so we dropped below top control. The next spot was to pivot at 187. So this is where I was looking for the long, right in here. This is where I will be looking for the long. Yeah. See if we can get a push down here to the pivot. We also have right above that at 193, we have bull zone. So that will be another potential bounce point. Okay, see if we can come up here to 226. See if we get a potential another entry there. Got 11 minutes left on the 15th, so plenty of time. So a little bit of shenanigans in here. This might be a good place for a short. Coming up to the 9 and also top control. Come, let's get down. There we go. All right. Oh, you turd. Come on, baby, let's go. Oh, keep wanting to bounce up. Well, that's where I said I was looking for a bounce up. 15-minute, yep. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Let's go. Flush it on down. Be nice to come down to around 193. Came above the 14 EMA, back down below with a little bit of authority. Now we need some continuation. Doesn't want to really give any though. So 222, 13. Hey, sucker fish. Yep. Just playing some games. Get that 15-minute to flush on down, show some color. Color out for the last 5 minutes. Get on down to around 193. There we go. Come on, let's flush it on down. 193, you know, the 193s are always my little number that I look for bounces. I look for targets. So if we can get down below the 200, it's definitely in play. Flirting around with the low, new session low, beautiful. There we go. Let's keep going. Come on, one good push. Kick me out at 94. The stop is 04. There we go. There we go. Close enough. I'm out. Okay, almost came down to the pivot. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. If not, it could be an ugly day. Friday. We drop that pivot. Let's see. Right now, we're also in the bull zone. Let's see. Pivot. This is bottom control. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't need that anymore. So there's some potential support areas right there where we just hit the pivot. Let's go with a horizontal white line. That's the top of the bull zone. Okay. Still got a half hour left for TCS to run. It's up 15 points, taking just the one trade. Kind of a crazy trade. So Michael, what it could be is the formula is if price, and we're talking just price, not sales, just the number. So let's say that if price actually got above here, but nothing was sold, it could still take out and give you a red dot, which means the trade's over, right? You technically took the stop loss because it's just a number, right? I'm not looking at actual sales or anything else. I'm just looking basically solely at numbers. So it could be that that price went up high enough to trigger that, but there were no sales, so nothing really got taken out, if that makes sense. Right? It's just it's basically, hey, if price is greater than that number, then throw a dot. Say your trade's over. Right? It's just a calculation. It's the only thing I can think of. I've been wrapping it into my head trying to figure it out. And irregardless whether if you had a stop loss there or if your stop was there and it did not get taken, I find that hard to believe, because I would think your stop would get taken if you had a stop there, especially on what do you call it? Prop firms, right? They're not going to give you the benefit. Okay, so this is the bull zone right here. Hopefully that makes sense to you. If not, I'll explain. We'll talk about it later. Oh no, I think I know exactly what you mean. Yep. But yeah, we can check it. Okay, so here's the top of the bull zone. You can see we're fighting it. We've dropped below it. A lot of times I'll take that short going into it, but we had the pivot there, so I didn't really want it, because to me it's too much support. Okay, so I would actually do this now. And if we're going to save today, I don't know what that means. Okay. Oh, IB set. Thank you. Okay, so we do have IB low there at 23,186.75. Just watching price action to see if I want to take this, see if IB drops. Here, let me do we're heading out, holding the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA. So we came down to the pivot. So far doing a little bouncy bounce. See what happens. The 15-minute, we got a new 15-minute, so target 1 on the 15-minute range was 23,204. We are now back above that. A move back below 0450. Someone could deem that to be bearish. All right. Brian Harmon's -8. It's good. It's starting to rain pretty good. Scheffler's on his first hole. Here we got the potential bounce And it's bouncing exactly where we would like it to bounce, where I would like it to bounce. If we're going to bounce. We could still get one more trade here, but that would be a long. If it's going to continue to go up. Okay, we're up at the 14 EMA, which is right here around 208, 209, 209, 208.75. So play it as it is. So you could, one could do something like this. Say, well, let's see what happens. Here, let me get rid of this one. Put this one in. There you go. So this is where trade management comes into play. So the question is, do I want another trade? It's Friday. You know, even though I didn't get the full 300, I've done all right. You know, I could come up here and maybe do this. Why don't I do this? I would feel better at this. So I'm going to put that to 0. And I'm just going to take one contract. And that's it. Now, as far as the data collection, this system doesn't know if I'm taking, as of today, it doesn't know if I'm taking one contract or two contracts. But after this weekend, I'll modify it so that it will only calculate based on if I'm running one or two contracts. I mean, so far today, it really hasn't made a difference, other than I took that stop out up here. So, but the goal for this was, of the data collection, was to watch for this short here. The goal for this data collection here was to say, look, if you didn't touch it and you just let the system run, this is what you should have made, or this is how many points you should have had. That was the goal of it. All right. So there was the short. I missed it. See if we can get a retest. If we come back down below, I would take that. And my target will be IB. 186, so about 13 points. And if we continue up, then I'll wait for the TCS system to take the long. Okie dokie. So I like a move back, back below 200 if I'm going to take the short. There we go. And this could just be a one trade day. Had them before. Not very often. Okay, this will be the test here. If we can get above this right here, we could fire up. Okay, I would rather wait for here, let me go to a 5-minute chart real quick. $17. Yeah, for 5-minute long, I would need to get above 1725. That would be right here. As I used to say, the long and the short of it. Really, I would feel a lot better if we close this 15-minute candle. We got 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and then take the long above 1750. That would be, to me, the best play. We can, yeah, I don't really care. I was going to say if you guys could hit the like button, but you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. In fact, I'll even get rid of this because it doesn't matter. Not that I'm looking for 20 or let's see. Actually, that'd be 20 points. I'm looking for that high right there. See if we can take it out. The next one would be up here and then way up here. Yeah, see, I'd rather have taken that one if once we close the 15-minute candle, which we're still got a minute left. That's why I didn't really like that trade, but it is what it is. Got a minute left, 42 seconds on the 15. I'm just going to protect here just because we could drop back down. And then I'd rather take that on the new high of 22 on the 15 minute. A little more power. All right, 12 seconds. Let's go, baby. There we go. Let's go. So the high there of 24, so 22 is a little close. Got to get a push up. Did we get to 30? Shoot. Should have probably tried to lock some of that in. We could come back down and right where my entry was at 18. Oh, there's the long. Almost on cue. All right, I'm going to drop out of this one. There you go. So now we just have the TCS version. Only one contract. I put contract 2 at 0. What's this stop? 23. Could be a losing day. Let's see if we can get a push up now. Okay, we closed the gap on the 5 minute. 17 back up to the entry. Let's go. Put my fibs on, go to the tie. Yeah, you turd. Not looking so good. Trump appoints requested more marble for Fed renovation. Everyone's jumping on it. All right, well, it was a good thought on my side to get it down to one contract. Even though it's going to record 2346. Today it will. But what I'll do is I'll put it to be 23. So we were plus 15. 23, so it'd be minus 8 for the day if it gets taken out. But good chance we come down to the 61.8 on this move up as a move up and down. So what I always do is go from the low here to this first little high. And then I always look for a move down to the 61.8. You can see we're right there. And then a bounce up to continue the move up. Now it's possible we just come to the 50. That's what we did yesterday. And we move up. but my guess is we get taken out. Just the way it is. But anyway, it's going to record. If it does get taken out, it's going to record 40 minus 46 and 15. So you just know you know. How much time I got left? 10 minutes left on the 15. Only 29 seconds, 25 seconds on the 5. So if we're going to get a move back up, this will be it. The question is going to be, is this a little flag with the breakdown, or with this a little move up and we're going to take off from here? It's funny because I had the thought of just saying, you know, I'm going to take this 15 points. I'm going to cut it off. I'm not going to trade it. Right back, I'm going to sneeze. Whew. Gonna sneeze again. Well, so far we held the trend line. there's that stop. Go, come on. Let's get it on a good note. And if it comes up and grabs both of these targets, I'll only count the first one. 13 points. As far as my daily summary. I put out a daily summary every day, either on my website or on MrFibsTrades or the YouTube. Under post. I don't even know how to get there. All right, let's go. Come on. What I'm doing is seeing if I want to get out of some of these other accounts that I got going. I don't know if I want to wait for the flag break or the move up. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 accounts going right now. Come on, let's cruise on up. Let's get up to. Nah, not gonna do it. I don't think. Come on, one push up. Nope. Ah, you turd. Trump's appoints requested more marble for Fed renovation. Oh, there we go. Suckerfish. All right. Well, could have been worse. So I'm going to modify the points today to be 26 points less, because I only played one contract. So 26, so to be a 5.5 point loss today. So not great, not bad. Gonna have losses. So low. See what happens here. Oh, took those ones. Could get in. Nope. No. Let's see. Okay. Now let's see if we can get it. So 26 for 5.5. All right. Well, that's what it is. It is what it is. Still not bad. I mean, still got a nice trail up. It's going to have a little down mark today, but not too bad. Could have been a lot worse had I not played only one contract instead of two. I almost said I was done at 15. Probably would have been the right call. Friday, go ahead and stay green. All right, double bottom. We got to take out the lows. Might be too late. Come on, get back up there. It might be a little worse. Come on, make a little bit more of a low than that. Oh, that's also IB break. Ooh. Ooh. I'll give that a shot. See what happens. We did not hit it. We double bottomed perfectly, I think. $86, $95. We'd like to move all the way up to 99. Okay, at 200. Oh, you sucker fish. See if we can get a quick 10 here. Quick 8. Nope. All right, last trade of the day. I'm not sure how I got 2 there. Five-minute gap fill right here at 200. Looks like it's going to go. What I'm looking for is 10 and 50. I was hoping for a quick 10. Didn't get either. Sucker fish. All right, that's it. Done for the day. It's Friday. Time to get out. Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate it. And kind of crappy to lose the last 2 trades, but that's the way it goes. All right, have a good weekend. I'll play again on Monday. Ciao.